independent. And secondly, in terms of the guidelines, there must be more external members than internal members. So currently, internal member, it's only one from the board. It's John, is the finance chair. The other people are external. It's the chair. It's Ben Ramila from COJ, and it's Petani Budeli from the Western Cape. So the ARIC committee has recommended that we need to increase the number with one also person with an accounting experience. Myself and John, we were saying the other thing that maybe I was thinking about is that those who applied for the chair of ARIC, is it not advisable to go to that list and ask them if they are available to us to serve as part of the ARIC? Otherwise, it means we have to advertise, or we can recruit. If, for instance, you know somebody with expertise, preferably a woman. Yeah, actually not preferably. It has to be a woman.
I'm thinking about the first one is those who are applied. If there is a woman,
There is.
then rather than go to ask them person is
available for them. Then you will become a deputy chair.
Okay. In that instance, I'm aligned. I had a different idea. I was worried there may be a clash of ego. You know, when I applied to be a chairperson, somebody else gets the chairperson chief. And I must come and say the egos are egos. But we had agreed that looking at ourselves, we are all 5 males. We had agreed that whoever that comes in must, not preferable, it's a must be a woman. And then after what you said and after what person, maybe as a deputy chair, the ego issue may not be that an ordinary member. So if there's a woman there on the working list, maybe let's speak to her only. Otherwise, let's go to your second proposal that we look at calling for a woman deputy chair.
Okay. Yeah, there is a woman. She was my preferred candidate. But I went with the EXCO members only recommending Petro. There is a woman. Yeah. So I'll look at that, and then we can then speak to it. I'm not sure, John. Should we? We must not. I was thinking, should we invite the chair in a discussion? But now I'm thinking maybe we should not. So we'll just do it. And then if we fail, we then advertise.
Okay.
So your suggestion is if I know somebody,
yeah, that still stands. That's recruitment. When you talk recruitment, you advertise, you headhunt. So it's all of that. It shouldn't be all that, right? So in terms of that, yeah, in terms of that constitution, then one of the things that Leila said that we must, after you are saying you must get a, what is it? There must be what do we call these people when they look at your grammar and the way it looks? Editing. But I think he used a Swillerton. So my issue was that right. In addition, please note that the version on the document which accepted track changes that needs to be further cleaning up. The formatting needs to be adjusted and the double numbering of articles need to be removed. The document must look professional. So all of that, I said to myself, why spend money on something that is still going to be edited? No. So my suggestion, when it's presented there, we would Prof must upfront mention that the accepted changes actually would deal with the changes on the Constitution only, and then mention that once the AGM approves, then the final document will take it for editing. Yeah. Two, the Constitution was supposed to be circulated 2 months before the AGM. So unfortunately, because we started late, because remember between January and March, we were busy with the reaccreditation with SAQA. So we couldn't start with the process. So the process only started after April of the constitutional review. And it then failed to be able to be out by end of July. Because it has to be August and September. So unfortunately, yeah, the latest was supposed to be 30,
How late are we?
30 days.
We're late by a day.
Yeah. So instead of making it 6 to meditate. So what I want to Prof to do, he would say upfront to say, because we started late, we're only able to finish this process by this date, and we have circulated this Constitution in now. It's the AGM. Your AGM is the highest decision-making body. You can decide whether you want us to postpone the changes, and we would call a special sitting, or we'll do it at the next AGM, or if the AGM have read the document and they are, because it's not major changes. We're not changing the Constitution, it's just filling in the gap and correct the thing. So it will be up to AGM to say we continue or we postpone. But the main thing which I raised to the board is that the ARIC chair, that's what we need to stand to. The ARIC chair is not the member of the board. We need to stand. So the other cosmic change, they wanted the student to stand alone. But there is a suggestion from the library schools. Library schools are proposing that let's have also a membership, institutional membership for students, where the department will pay for the student. They are looking at the figures around 5,000 or so, 5,500. And then the student would then have access to our trainings, to our things, but they don't get the benefits of individual member. So a student who wants to get a benefit of being an individual member, then he would still pay the 100 rands.
So they're not getting a certificate, just the benefits of training.
Yeah, just the benefit of trainings. So they will be able to access the Liasa in touch and all of those. Actually, let's speak to Liasa in Touch. Liasa in Touch, it's on the agenda,
Yeah.
but for EBSCO. But let's speak to it now on this issue. This, yeah,
I think just a quick thing for EBSCO and also
The six.
the-
Yeah. yeah. My feeling is that, look, guys, I don't understand this thing of hiding Liasa in Touch and be only accessible to members only. It's ridiculous because it's a marketing tool. So people who are not members are not aware what is happening. So going forward, Lebu, open it. From this meeting, it's minuted, we are going to make it open for all to read it because it's an information resource. Some things that are written there could contribute to some research topics and now it's hidden. And as Liasa, we are signatories to open access declaration, the Berlin Declaration. So we can't be hiding things when we.
I'm tired from
Yeah.
the benefits. Remember benefits.
No, it's useless. Remove it.
No, that's a good move, Chair. We've had a number of similar inquiries. We run the DUT newsletter and it goes to everyone, and others were asking during a research colloquium that you are a member of Liasa, you're in the board, but the Liasa in Touch, it's only through membership. And at that time we were saying yes, because we were trying to get people to
No,
join.
it has always been a stupid decision.
So it's a good thing that
It has always been a stupid decision. Because, like, why do you speak to the converted? You're wasting time. Yeah, you want people to, and that's why people make example of other people because they, like people when they talk, Australia, what, Australia, what? It's because Australia is out there, and people are not aware. So when I present Liasa report at IFLA or at Skexan, people are surprised. Oh, your organization, they get surprised, you know. To say we are so progressive, but now, but why are they surprised? It's because they don't know. Yeah. So if you search Liasa now, you only land on this website, and then Labour wants you to register and all of that nonsense. So yeah. So going forward, we would Liasa in Touch. It's open.
There are two comments from my side. I know you probably are but maybe have better than two.
No. We don't take it to the board. We don't take it to membership. It's an operational thing. So we just do it.
Nick is asking.
I'm coming from it.
Nick is asking.
Yes.
I'm coming.
For a principle, for issues that of governance. This is an operational.
Not
as an announcement.
Yeah, the second issue, maybe I should have said before. Post affiliate banks, I got invited to get a webinar on how to build
Strong association.
So
Mr. President, thank you for bringing Jan to Jan showed African people that we can decide. He put them on tools. And the people were, who's this? Everyone was asking me, but most unfortunately, it's the t-shirt because it's the
Thank you, Mema.
No, the point I was making, I was echoing your sentiment to say when I spoke there, people got excited about the kind of things that we do. And probably because we're hiding them in the LIT and other communication channels. So I was simply supporting what you were saying. Though I still feel strong that maybe AGM must say, yeah. But it's fine.
Yeah, it's one of those board resolutions. We would inform the members. On my report, I'll include it on my report. So that we can engage. Yeah, Anamari, this is Anamari's figures. So it was really this thing of benefits. That's why when I speak about Lias, I tell people, if you want benefits, it's just that I cannot look. Because it's about the profession, it's about you.
Not benefit.
So I'm not going to talk about it. I refuse. I told, even I was invited to City of Johannesburg. I told them I refuse. I'm not going to speak about benefits because just being a member is a benefit.
Professional
It's a
development.
professionalism. You are recognizing, you are respecting yourself.
Mm.
You know, I said the same thing at the City of Ekurhuleni. So yeah.
So you said you're combining the two. Are we okay 11?
Let me go back. 11, the budget.
No, 11. Or the current 11, it could be something
We've
else.
tailored it.
Eh?
We've tailored it because we've added some items. What level do you have?
11 is the EBSCO's request to include LIT on them.
Yeah, then it means it's a yes because they already have included SAGELIS.
Yeah.
No,
No. Yeah, that's what Tina was saying. I said, no, let me discuss this one separately because it's not linked to that. But we would, let us not put it so that for the minute's sake, it should be minuted under 11. So let's leave it there. This one, it's under on the Constitution. I'm just giving feedback on the Constitution. We'll come to it.
And so we'll also come to 11.2. Okay, fine.
Yeah. So those are the things, ne? So the student, so we are going to at the AGM. Remember that amended constitution is already sent out. So I would then at the AGM, I would mention that the library school sector, as I just in the meeting between Liasa and them, they are suggesting that there should be an institutional membership. So if the thing agree, then we add that point on the constitution. It's not there now, we can't put it in, but it's immediately when we discuss the constitution there, we would then mention that issue, right? The second thing, with the library schools again, in our discussion with them, we then agreed to say, instead of that they currently we call for representation election, right? And the election couldn't happen because most of them they didn't select the library school as the sector that they belong to. And in terms of the numbers, as it was recommended as an observation from Leila, to say, look, the numbers don't justify them to be a sector, to be a separate sector within the board. But the reality is that they need to make input into that, because we are dealing with qualification recognition and all of those things. So because of those reasons, they need to be here. So in our discussion, we agreed with them to say they would then have, and the suggestion going forward, maybe we can then include in the constitution, is that they, in terms of the election of the, so we can say the school library forum will then elect or appoint a person who will represent the library schools in the board for 3 years, right? And then, or for the duration of that board, which is 3 years. So let's start with. So for now, they have then nominated a person who's gonna serve on the board. But now, because he's not elected per constitution, he's just there to represent that sector. So we are bringing him in to represent the sector, just like we did with Kulu to represent the school. So going forward for the next 2 years, I've forgotten the name now. But the current HOD of LIS in University of Limpopo will be now the member who's going to represent the school libraries in the board in ex officio, right by invitation for now, for the next 2 years. But if the constitution is amended to say exactly what I'm saying, to say for the schools, for the library schools, the library school forum will then appoint a person who will represent the library school on the board. Then going forward, it will be like that. No, they elect. Like us, they need to
process.
Yeah, they're in the process, yeah. But now we are doing different. They themselves, because they are a forum, they must then elect amongst themselves the person who represents them. And then 2, the incoming chair of the library forum will then, or the chair of the library forum will serve on the ethics committee of the library school, yeah. The chair of school, library schools forum will serve on the ethics committee. Right. That's the constitution. Can under general, because I'm gonna forget, can under general put reports or on the collaborations? Just go to collaborations. 12, and then 12.1. This thing of yours doesn't do it automatically.
Partnerships and collaboration.
Yeah. And then you want a library school forum report. Library school. I'll report back to you on the library schools.
Library school.
Forum. Then. So on the constitution, that's the part that we're also going to propose from the board, right? The other things really, they were just correcting the thing, the wording, and then they removed the thing that you said they must remove of the interim arrangement. And there's nothing really, I think, that contradicts what we discussed with Makado in terms of the constitutional amendment. I'll open the floor if there's anything that anyone would like to comment on the constitution.
Sure.
Yes.
You and I, from the finance perspective, spoke about separating the individual membership for library system, and you assured me it would be taken care of in that particular.
12.1 fee structure, not 12.1. Under fees, we've got a fee structure, then we've got a heading library assistant. After Nick.
Maybe first that.
Yeah. Under fee structure, you've got library assistant. And then you can also include student, the second one is student institutional membership. And then NK accounting.
I'm going to suggest you don't about that. At the rate that we are going.
Yeah. No. No, we are not, colleagues. Whilst I agree with John, but we're not adding anything new. We're just saying these are the things we'll discuss under fee structure, so that we don't forget them. Because what I picked up is that at the end of the day, we say we're supposed, like now John is raising it. If if I say we'll discuss it under fee structure and John goes to the toilet, we forget it. There was something that Romeo also did. He suggested something, we didn't note it, and then it gets lost. So we are still on constitution. Any issues, colleagues, that you saw on the constitution that you want to comment?
I'm not too sure. I think we spoke about this in one of the meetings. And I was reminded by one member, I was having a chat with Nina Gali. And she was raising with me that this, why fix something that's not broken? It looks like the gap that is being created by the board structure versus the old structure still is an issue among members in terms of, I'm not too sure how true that. In one meeting we had said we're going to plug, I don't know what is the correct word, plug the gaps in terms of that concern. I don't know if I'm making sense. I'm also not. The board structure.
The regions, the issue of the regions.
Yeah.
The issue of regions.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we can bring it up also as one of the recommendations from the board. So they will write it down. So from us is the school library sector. And the issue of library student institutional membership. And then the regionalization of LIASA.
So if I may put you on the spot, because you have this institutional membership, why this restructuring? If you look at the operations of a board in the true sense of the word, the board is about policy, governance, and then you've got the managers who runs the day-to-day. So there seems to be no synergy between the board and sometimes when I'm overwhelmed by these meetings, I ask myself, am I a board member or am I an exco?
Or that concern.
Yeah. So at the top of my head, I don't know if it's me, but at the top of my head, I'm thinking the board probably should have became what was then the council, the board, and then have a structure that runs the day-to-day. Maybe keep everything as was, but have the board place the then rep answer. I'm not too sure what the rationale behind what we are, because there's confusion everywhere. I'm sure even all of us seated here. Sometimes we get over. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but I'm saying a much more clarity kind of purpose why we maybe in a minute or two you can do it for us.
Yeah. No, I hear you. I hear you. However, it's actually different. Don't think of this board as a board that is geared with governance only. It's the implementer. So you are what we call in companies. You are an executive board. You are a board that is also responsible for executive decisions. So we don't like now, we don't have a CEO who's an accounting office. The president of the association is an accounting office. So we are actually doing the work. Yeah. So a board of an organization, of an NPO like ours, it's actually the people who are doing the work. You are part of management. You are management. You are actually management, and that's how you should view it. Don't view it as a board. But let's come to the issue of the implementing. That's why then we have these subcommittees with the individuals that are not part of it, right? So then that's when you bring people participation. That's where you bring participation and you widen it. But the concern or the feeling from this board was that let's look at regionalization. And that's why we then said to those people who were incoming chairs, can you remain as coordinators? Right. And I agree that sometimes people get confused when they want to do, but there are those who are brave, like Mzwandi. He would then continue and free state, and because the public sector, when they did a nomination, they did it by different provinces. So that's why you know that in Free State, Mzwandile, in Limpopo, it's Malibane. So they still push it in that context. You understand? So it's easy then to go to the HAM when you talk about the regionalization to say, based on our work experience in the last 2 years, this is what we are picking up. So we are proposing that there should be some structure in provinces that implement, that do the implementation of the board's decision. You know, so we are proposing that the Constitutional Review Committee look at possibly suggesting a structure that will be regional. So regional is different from province, because regional, if we are in Sasol, we are nearer to Joburg than Bloemfontein. So regional, when you look at regions, we're looking at the locality, say people in a radius, in a particular radius, they can form. Yeah. Because if you look at the structure of SAMA, South African Medical Association, this is what Shanita was there. This is a structure I was recommending to the ASA when we do the structure. To say, let's have the board, then let's have the regional. Let me open the structure of SAMA so that I can speak to it and then you understand it. So that's what I was proposing when John, to say, because, and in the process, it also build capacity for people to be able to get to why is not SAMA South African Medical Association about us. Vision, history, board of directors, right? Then you've got what you call SAMA regional branches. Okay. SAMA member organization structure are located in region branches in various. Every member of SAMA is assigned to a region or a branch, where fellowship, networking, knowledge sharing among local SAMA members is encouraged. Each branch elected branch office bearers and councillors by the members of the branch who serve to represent the branch within the large structure of SAMA. SAMA values participation. Then you've got SAMA committees like now we do with committee of practice. Right, but the board is there. So that was the structure I was proposing, but it was rejected at the time. So ultimately, we ended up with this one. Yeah,
This, what Gina had asked about, then asked about, should you say that the closing gap or the reduce. I realized that when we were still before, we had a problem at here in Eastern Cape. There was a Eastern Cape branch here, and then there was another one which was very active. Maybe down that what we said about the people in public libraries, it's a good thing, but they need to communicate with the board, saying the board, and now I'm seeing is a good because they're doing work for us. And I'm on the report that we are going to say we've done this, we've done it because of them doing the work at the board. If they don't involve, it's like we are doing.
No, I assume they work with Shanita. They work with Shanita. So Shanita is the one who reports those activities to us. No, they don't. They work with. That's how they are doing it. And it's working well. That's why I'm saying they did good by electing. Shanita's committee consists of people from this province, which works better. And you can see they collaborate because now that Malibana was a presenter.
With Mzandile.
Mzandile, yeah.
They do collaborate. I think the public sector, they've got the hang of it.
So I think that's what we're gonna use as an example. If we go with that, John. Unless we are not ready to present to this, we want us to do it later. But because we're going to discuss the constitution, it's something we can raise as a board to say, this is what members are saying, and this is what the board is thinking. To say, if we can try and regionalize activities, then each member, and by doing that, we know that we are reaching more members, but at the same time, we are also building capacity for the association to close the vacuum that was left by closing of branches.
My last item, I know how our members are impacted. Who would shoot you down because we have nothing that we have. Those will be barriers that would make. That's number one. Number two, I was talking to colleagues, Romy is one of them. I was saying, one of the things you attribute the rising membership to Cape Town saying you're not a librarian, among others. But my assessment was there seems to be a new sense of belonging to members.
Yeah.
That says, oh, to become a board member, you don't have to be a director only. People start associating themselves with their profession because we are ordinary people amongst them here. That's my number one reason. So I'm thinking, so we don't kill this membership momentum. The membership is doing fine. All we need to do is to just fertile the ground for it to continue growing. But we need to take care of this smaller thing that the members are raising to say, so is the board there? Here we what is our party? What is our role exactly? I hear you about the Mzandiles of this world. I always mentioned the Limpopo, that group that they have before conference. They have a meeting where they chat about. It's good things that we need to keep them running and going. Otherwise, this excitement about membership. I don't want you, President, to leave the presidency in a year or two, and then we go back to 1,500 membership. It will be a sad day. This membership must be at all costs continue to rise and rise until it looks like we're getting somewhere, and we must maintain that growth. That would be my 2 cents.
Okay.
Then let's get ourselves
Yeah, before we break for lunch. Yeah, no, John, I agree 100% with you. I personally don't attribute it to Western Cape Town. It's not yet, because Cape Town, they are only gonna pay after the conference. It's only then that they are gonna start paying. That's why there was that request of the life assistant. We're going to talk to it now. So no, it's definitely not Western Cape or Cape Town. It's, I think, even within the membership, you can see the sense of belonging. One thing that I try to do, I try to be visible as Liasa, so that everybody knows that if you want to talk, there is a structure like this. Because I think one of the things that we were not good at as Liasa, it's advocacy. You know, if people ask who is Liasa, but they are in the information sector, then you must know that we are not doing right. And maybe we'll discuss it when we get to reports on the COP, on the subcommittees, on the CPD, for instance. Mara, maybe I can mention it now. People applied for RPL, but they actually qualified to be designated. So it means they don't understand. So that issue of us going out and encourage members either to take designation or apply for RPL.
Say that again first. You mean the person has got a degree?
Yes.
But they apply for RPL.
Yes.
Yeah. There was a number.
Almost 11 or more.
There was a number. So maybe we'll talk about it. When
Yeah.
And I wouldn't say it's the issue of marketing, because that is well marketed. There's been trainings, there's been presentations.
Yeah, but you
It's a
see the problem with that. The marketing structure is what I've picked up. Somebody would say you must communicate something 7 times until somebody hears 7 times. Then if it fails, times 7. Because, and again, on different structures. Look now, we are advising RPL, but we're able to get people that. So it's because when somebody reads something, they read it in context. So maybe our message is also, when we send them out, you must not send them out on that font, on that email from the system. Because people see it and then say, oh, it's from yes, then they pass. So we must have something separate, like we did. Then people you remember now, for instance, the Galatine. It's there. It's written on it should be on the date is there. But people just assume what is on Thursday. And I told in that board, you remember I told them, I said, let's advertise it. That is Friday. And on the very same day it was advertised, people were complaining. I've already booked. And somebody's a doctor.
But they saw the date said third. They assumed it's Thursday.
He says,
Don't read.
That's the thing, you see. But if it's different, that one, because it was different, the way it was framed, it was different. People then get. It was the monotony. You must try and break the monotony. Because people just lock it. It's lunchtime. Yeah.
Yes, so that's
Yeah.
the thing. Yes,
Yeah. Hey, let me prove. Let's go and eat.
As we go to it, the scammers send 5,000 emails. I hope to catch at least.
Something to chew.
Yeah, they send
Yeah.
5,000 emails to say, this here is the link. Your style and tweaker are not in order. 5 people are going to leave.
And then you're teaching them about the day.
Yeah, they will
In
lock,
extent, people.
they're going
They
to
will
lock.
lock.
Yeah.
They'll lock.
Shanta, you can plug
They
it.
better because it's.
Everyone has a walk.
Yeah.
It's
Shanita,
They can, they have cameras.
Shanita, you can plug it.
Maybe Chicago, if they can
Before it.
organize the extensions. One project here.
Mine is.
Romeo, where art thou?
Where art thou, Romeo?
Only was denied. Who's there?
Nublao.
Where art thou, Romeo?
Nublao.
Like,
Go deal.
Okay. Vamos tirar por aí. Recebe o Renato Pereira.
ah,
Vamos repeat.
yeah, I know.
So
I can't say, I'm just laughing down.
I'm surprised that I'm quoting the proper lyrics of the song.
I can do it enough.
I can come to la recebe enough. The song, not me.
Yeah, I don't know, so that not. Otherwise, you had a good night's sleep. Hey, you and yourself? Yeah. I woke up at 7. Yeah. Now, asleep, going for now, passing and coffee. I don't coffee. Oh, they didn't have those sachets in her room. Oh, okay. Barbara, did you? Yeah, okay. I do want to be away, you know, about to see, you know. Doesn't look like, or maybe they love them. The funny. Oh, yeah. Oh. Oh. Oh.
Yes, yes. Now I will send someone to there then after.
You know what, I'm not. You are so comfortable. They could fall off to sleep on me.
But they're two big ones, right?
They are so comfortable.
Yours is different.
Really?
Yeah. Or maybe
Oh,
because of pressing.
That's fine. Hola.
Oh, it's slow. And you might-
Listen together, what did you see?
Yeah, because we need power extensions.
What's it there for the bit?
Well, my laptop is flashing. This one is flashing.
Oh.
So I don't want to take labels.
Oh.
I thought I'll speak to the finance people. Well,
It's very small. Not many things.
No, when we speak to finance, I speak to our proposal, yeah, Ow. And what else? The budget to accommodate outreach. So, no, remember, in terms of SAPA, we have committed to do the workshops to advocate for so in the next report, they will want to see what we did.
All this RPLs,
All this so make some
designations.
Because already so the IT one was
Cisco.
Yeah, we didn't to the best trainings.
Yeah, but I'm saying we should. Oh, by the way, you're not in there when we were doing more SAPA. So they always want proof. They will say, according to your constitution, you are saying you are doing this.
Evidence.
It's evidence.
Where's your POE?
The same goes to
Impact assessment. Evidence.
embassy. The same. Are you gonna get?
No, I don't.
Mom, to look like.
Tell me what are you going? I want to some all.
The same goes to RPL. This one we want to RPL at least even 5 or even 3 people 1 year.
Yeah.
5 people 1 year. At least that's evidence that not paying lip service.
As of now, we have enough.
Yeah, but it must be.
The next year, there are others who say we can't approve based on they're not providing POEs.
How many applications did you receive?
I'm not, I think from 11 or 12.
And then the one that Chair was talking about.
Yeah.
No, the 11 is just RPL. There's RPL and designations. So those are 2. They was combining them. So the others, we converted them from RPL to designation because they already have they already have qualifications and they are liaison members, and
or just to confirm.
We just converted, but the others we realize there's no qualification there, but we approved.
But they were good candidates. For the
Yeah.
ones that we had, all of them sort of had met the criteria.
Okay.
The one we did that spreadsheet showing nicely. Yeah.
Yeah.
Romeo is very good. You are too creative for that. Romeo,
No, it's a teamwork.
Romeo,
It's a teamwork.
okay, take the credit.
No,
You did good.
No, we did it as a team.
But you did good, Romeo. You were wrong.
It's a teamwork. Yeah, close.
Yeah, can close.
But we did receive the budget.
Yeah. Idai. Patrick is available after 9 tomorrow. Ne? So
What time are we starting tomorrow? Or are we finishing?
9 o'clock. No, I just saw that we become free. So we Nikki will join at 9. Then Patrick will join at 9:30. Yeah. Right. Now we are coming to
Yeah, but away for
Yeah.
okay. Now that we are done with the AG, constitution, we come to the AGM. AGM will deliver the chairperson's report. Then, all right, we'll first deal with the minutes and also circulated for your comments, and then they are already on our website, part of the documents to the AGM.
to the AGM agenda.
Okay.
I'm just quickly going to the AGM agenda.
Yeah. Right. So in terms of the agenda, which was circulated, we have the opening, welcome. And then we have attendance, quorum, then we deal with the quorum and confirmation of the agenda, then personalia, and then we'll observe a moment of silence. So colleagues, I think, is there a possibility of you assisting us in compiling those that were notified of who passed away this year?
I only know two that were posted.
Yeah,
Just
just.
so one or two.
I know Yolanda and Meshia.
And the president also said something that, it was a gentleman.
Okay, Tom. Yeah,
Who's
earlier
that?
in the year.
Was not last year.
No, late,
Now,
around August.
Recently.
Yeah.
Recently.
So that one.
I don't.
No, some weeks.
I don't remember.
I think there was like, I don't have we're waiting for home or there's no.
Yeah.
Oh, no, that was Nora's son.
Son.
Yes, I remember it's recently. That was Nora's son. Yeah.
Oh.
Yes, yes. It's recently, yes. Yeah. So those are the ones we know.
But obviously,
Circulated.
we'll give members an opportunity if they've got names. And then we'll observe a moment of silence. And then deliver.
Memorial.
Yeah, moment of silence, and then we'll do a board report.
Where went? What went wrong with this thing of the Muda service of our members? Why are we not continuing or we are we are trying to introduce our new people? Previously we used to have these people, let's say out there, if there is someone and there was a member, then we make universities. And I saw that at Western Cape during next year. Next year, the Western Cape did great. But at other provinces, we no longer respect our members. And now I want to tell you something what I did at work. It's personal. I told them that no, I don't want my university. Enough in Gaza. It's going to be my university. And I want to know that don't allow those people to make money. I say the one who go to make universities with my church. But I can see that there is.
No, it's not dying, ma'am. It's it's just that like you're saying, it depends on the training. I think now that is one of the reasons we were targeting regionalization, because of that thing doesn't come. And then at the same time, you find that other families have got their own plans. So, because even when I was not, even with Rocky, I think Liasa tried, but only to find that it's
The church was.
Yeah. So my suggestion, like what you are proposing now, we'll add that as part of the motivation, because it would come from the branch or the people that recommend. Because now, from our side, to arrange, sometimes it's almost possible, because you need the people in that locality to go to the family, and then by Matsidi. So in that process, then the Basobacho, okay, as an association, we would like to do a memorial service. Right. So from there, then it comes into the office. Then we arrange whether we record it and do it virtually, or we do. So I think that would help once you've got the structure. But maybe in the meantime, before the board approves, maybe one thing that we can do, because we know who are those members who are residing in that area, maybe we can ask them to go and represent us. Like, I will make an example now. The Western Cape mayor, the Western Cape minister, Mackenzie of Arts and Culture, invited me to, I met him at the Cape Town Library thing. So now he invited me to the awards, sports and culture. And then the same was a library directorate celebrating with 90 or 70 years.
70
years. So they also extended invitation. And unfortunately, it coincides with SAQA conference, which is happening from the 5th. So I then called Nazim as a past president. He's in Cape Town. Then I said, Nazim, how are you available? There's these two things that Liasa have been invited. Can you represent us as the immediate past president? Then he said yes. So things like that, we can get people in those areas and talk to them to say, can you please go and talk to the family on our behalf until we've got a structure. So I think it's one of the points that we'll raise with membership to say, we miss out, there's a disconnect. If we don't have this structure on the ground, there's a disconnect. John?
Yeah, but Chair, and then I'm so to mix this up. You know, when we were discussing the UCPCB invitation, I think it came from you guys. Remember the invitation
the festival?
Yeah,
it's an invitation to the CBC.
Oh,
remember that?
oh, yes. Yeah.
So I and Level, when we were seated, we then looked at the different parts, the finance part one. And in my other conversations with Level, she then indicated something to the effect that
Check is right.
That as what value does this bring to me? I'm not asking that question,
That is coming.
but I'm saying,
So you checked in the
I'm saying
I see the
sometimes because
tomorrow.
because we've got just too many things that we want to push the advocacy narrative. It then taps into our financial resources. Right? I'm just putting it out there. I am the book see it. When you ask the president to go and speak at Cape Town, for example, and then there are no flights to Cape Town, we make him drive from Bloemfontein to OR Tambo to. I'm just putting it out there. So sometimes we would want to be everywhere. Asle, we speak about it. We would want to be everywhere, but sometimes financial constraints limit us from being everywhere, everywhere. And the local structures may come up handy in deploying someone who's local. I'm just at the top of my head trying to think, how do we organize a memorial? Granted, we must know that certain habits are going to die along the way. We cannot do new things while we keep old habits. Old habits along the way. Yeah, you are intimidating.
No, because that's one important problem is that it's not an old thing. Seriously, so we have to respect our people. Now maybe I'm speaking for myself, but now really because I've been for Liasa for a long time.
Yeah,
And
but-
Liasa is me. I'm an ambassador of Liasa. So
No, yeah, look, guys, I don't think it's a problem. Like I'm saying, we are already in a virtual environment. We're already in a virtual environment. So it's not a difficult thing. I mean, we would, that's why I maintain that if we have, as long as we've got somebody who can be in contact with your family, and then that can be arranged. Then we reach out to an institution around that area because probably they would have the infrastructure. So that's what I'm suggesting, that let's do that. But in case the family and the employer organizes something, then we tell the family that we would like to have the speaker representation, then we do it. Yeah, I don't think it's a problem. Let's just, so that's why I'm saying that's one of the motivation we're gonna put forward to the members. But at the same time, in the meantime, let's look at those individuals that we know, that we can talk to say, can you please represent us? But speaking to what John was raising, and I understand because John is a finance person. He looks after the, what is it called? Sustainability of the organization. But I can tell you one thing. One of the things that came out clear from interaction and in that is the absence of liasa in people, because once people have a tendency to say, that's why even in politics you'll hear people say, yeah, you only come to us when you want elections. Yeah, but and that's the big thing, you know. And I, from my side, I try that given an opportunity, if I'm invited, I make sure that I attend, regardless of how paid. When, like for instance, during the library week, South African Librarian Day, because I was in Gauteng, Egruleni invited me. I went there. I thought I delayed my going back. I'll say, fortunately, because I'm here, instead of going back to Bloemfontein, let me go to Egruleni. Went to Egruleni, and Bonani was there, and Prof. Mwepo was there, and although you connected, so already in the discussions with members, and some of them were old members who had now defaulted. So I talked to them. I said, look, I don't see you now in conferences. And then they said, hey, the employer, blah, blah, blah. And then I said, but okay, be active. Because now most of the things are held virtual. Be active, join. They said no, it's fine. But so you kill that thing. So I think the only thing that we need to maintain as a board is that the sooner we've got the structures. The main thing is that we need to speak to members. We need to, like I was making an example with the RPM. It's clear that people are not aware. And in our case, we're thinking that people don't want to, or they are, but now we make a call for RPL, something that has nothing to do with them. But because they were thinking that they don't qualify, then they jump into that. So the issue of advocates is very important. And the other thing, I'll just report it under library schools, because the issue also arises there. We're at the AGM, so the minutes, after my report, it will be the issue of the Constitution. We will address it. We'll ask the AGM if they want to discuss the Constitution, seeing that they only got it a month, or they want us to delay it, and then we'll have a virtual special to look at it. But like we're saying, it's not major changes, it's cosmetic, we're filling the gap. And obviously now there are these suggestions from library schools that we met with library school only last week. So, and these are their recommendations, which we would like to put on the Constitution, and then they would, so the membership would guide us. If I assume if we direct them to say, these are not major changes, can we get ahead with them so that they don't view it this seriously as it's an impediment. And then hopefully, because Leila is part of this, although he was criticized, but he's part of this committee, probably he may come across because he has even one name. So maybe you would probably argue that let's go ahead. If they go ahead, it's fine. Even if they don't include this, we can always discuss it with the because, and again, now I'm torn between to say, if we create a membership, do we need is it a board decision or it's a membership decision? But let me try. Yeah, this is what I think. This one was full. Okay.
That was David's what?
No, it's yours now.
You didn't finish, so. But it's
Mine was more.
Maybe another one. You can grab this one too.
Yeah.
So the EBSCO request, Nora said we must pitch it at AGM. Is it a board decision or is it a LIT?
Yeah, it's a board decision.
Okay. Then we don't have to. The EBSCO request, not the opening it that you've highlighted already.
The 6, 12-6.
No.
Yeah.
This one.
Colleagues, Lewis is trying to find out that there was an EBSCO request.
Yeah, so the email is like this. Dear Nora, EBSCO would like to extend our existing partnership.
Yeah, they know it's here.
Is it?
It's on the agenda.
Yeah.
Not 11.2.
Yeah.
No, so isn't that we're still working around the AGM agenda? So I'm asking, is it a board decision or is it an AGM item to be added?
No, it's a board decision.
Okay.
That's the one that first said we'll announce it. It will be an announcement.
Okay, then we don't need to edit here something.
Okay. So the two resolutions that we need to draft. One is that of a library assistant, which we are going to discuss later. And the second one is the institutional member, the student institutional membership. And then the third one,
Regional branches.
the regional branches, regional representation. So I'll draft it. Romeo will assist, and then we'll circulate to you guys, maybe by tomorrow, and then you make your input, and then we take them through.
It's 3.
Yeah.
Correct.
Right. Yeah, that's the AGM. So what I'm gonna do, I'm finalizing my report. I'm gonna include whatever we discuss here. And then I'm gonna, in my presentation of my report, my timing, I want to time it to maximum 7 minutes. And then I would say people can read it.
You'll highlight.
Yeah. Highlight.
We'll discuss this individually in terms of office admin, how we
Yeah,
envision this to work.
Yeah, no, we are going to include it. How much is institutional membership? 3,000.
3.811
Yeah, so 5,005 is
for how
What
many?
is institutional membership?
3,000.
3,811 and how many for how many members? That one is for 5.
Yeah, but their privileges are higher. This one is just student leadership, just say that they are
So it's unlimited.
it's unlimited, yeah.
Okay, as long as the student is in that
Yeah,
position.
it's students of Limpopo, student of KwaZulu-Natal, student
Oh.
of Cape Town, student of PE, UP. Yeah.
So first, is this going to be a different proposal to the one that was earlier discussed in terms of that having all students only paying that 100%?
No, it still stands.
Still
That
stands.
one still stands. It's already in the constitution. They've got a different one. We are just going to introduce membership. To say we are proposing that membership for students be reduced from 350 to 100 rands, and we would cap the benefit. We'll cap the benefit of
I
students.
think then these institutions must have an email that forwards to their students,
Yeah,
because then I'm envisioning that it's gonna be one profile, because you can have
yeah.
700 students.
No. You
One profile,
Yeah.
then they give us
in
an
generic-
generic email that forwards to students.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I got it.
So, but we'll discuss it.
How different is the student institutional and the us as whatever institution?
Yeah, as we get, if we are an institutional member, you've got 5 benefits, or you can have 5 people attending the conference as members, even though they are not members.
Yeah.
And then
And trainings, you can.
and trainings also you
register
can
as a
get
member.
5 again, if they are not members.
You can.
So with the student
You can
one,
advertise on our list, and you can write.
so the student one is just for student to have access to everything that the other members have, except for
certificate.
individual benefits.
Mm.
Like if we've got t-shirts, they're not going to get the t-shirts. If we've got something that we,
They're not getting a certificate.
yeah, they're not getting certificates.
So press, if for instance OFS pays, I know they pay your membership,
Mm.
they still pay institutional.
Yes.
Yes.
The institutional and your membership.
Mm.
Nice.
Remember, they are a member, they are voting, they can suggest, they can make a recommend. Yeah, there are certain institutional membership benefits. For instance, if they want to host, like now, UFS wants to host the AI conference, IFLA AI conference. So they wouldn't be able to do it if they were not members of IAS.
Then that means
Would they get endorsed?
The contact is being institutional and also individual.
Yeah.
Okay, like I could advertise our summit.
Mm, mm.
Is that
Yeah.
no, because our institution is a member.
Yes, yes, yes.
If we were not,
That's why we refuse UKZN. I was not aware why they would have not kept.
No, they renewed.
So I don't know why you missed them, that they were not members. So when they advertised their AI conference, we then realized they are not members. Then I told them, I say, I will also inform IFLA that you are not members.
We didn't miss it. Apparently let me know and I said, tell non-client.
Yes, but
Then she argued that how are we not allowed to advertise when we are members? We said, you are members and not the institution. What you are advertising is for the institution. So you don't have the benefits to advertise for an institution on your personal membership. Then they had to renew.
yes, but what I'm saying that they were never a member.
never or
They were never.
No, they relapsed.
After over 10 years.
no.
Let me see.
So you see things like that. So if we picked it up earlier, we could have told IFLA that no, you can't come to KZN. They're not good. They're not members of good standing.
Okay.
They went ahead, they did everything.
Yeah. No, but they
They
paid.
started, yeah.
They paid and because when they were and like they were supposed to invite us when they were doing a site visit, when IFLA was doing a site visit. But they hide behind Ntabiseng and Lindy. Then they renewed their membership. And then only then did they write a letter to me.
You should remember.
Yeah. Most universities are so.
Yeah, and Ndrani has always been the contact person. I think she was Leila's secretary, yeah. They have been a member, so she is handling it.
So the secret, I can tell you, not the secret, things that, so that when I fight tomorrow, you must know that let's take Ise. Ise is an honorary member, so it doesn't pay for being a member. No. But you can't argue how much you charge people. Ujala doesn't pay a membership, but it donates every month. 500 rand. Then we can talk about membership. Ise must just keep quiet.
One time I said this
the people who make mess, with the National Library, it's Ise and Daisy. They were at the board when John Sebe was the National Librarian. I was Rachel a deputy National Librarian, and that's how they were addressed. Then, because they didn't want us Rachel to become a National Librarian, they pushed away. They came up with this thing. Ultimately, they put in Roki. Then they decided to do away with the deputy National Librarian and created something called executive director. Then they put Eddie Meyer. That executive, you see now, you are doing away with the name National Librarian. And that's why our problem started. After this Makoko left, that's the first time then they started to remove the National Librarian, the National Librarian, and remove the Library of Science as a qualification and put in the MPA. So it's us. We created this problem.
They reviewed the act.
No, they didn't review the act. It's the same act. What they did, remember, Roki was a librarian. But the problem is that now as the board, Seba cancelling this deputy national librarian. Because if there was a deputy national librarian as a position, there has to be a national librarian. So these people wouldn't have changed because now there was a deputy national librarian.
So in terms of the advert, whoever was seen should have first dealt, they couldn't deal with only one. They would have to deal with the deputy national librarian.
Exactly.
Before they deal with the national librarian.
Exactly.
But how did they get? And to your question, how did we then get the deputy national librarian?
Well, when it started,
Yeah, I'm saying in the act, how did we get it?
no, it's not an act. Remember,
The structure.
it's a structure. So John was appointed a national librarian.
And Rachel was.
Then he created that position for what we call succession planning. We negotiate. So that board of Professor Ntwengena, the one who passed away in others.
That's seven my boss.
Kiabu Ntwengena. Kiabu Professor the other one only the first librarian. The first prof man passed away recently. Monna Nelly lecturer, but is the first librarian. I cannot use.
The first librarian program in South Africa.
Yeah, in South Africa. Academic. No, what's Lamzi, but Tora
Professor.
We'll have a president here, Silas. Marily, he was only black person.
Yes, sir, President.
Azangabali as a president. The first.
Wonderful.
No. Not as though.
Kim Soto.
Maybe Isaac and his daughter. No, not him.
Set Manak. You see? So then they created the position, then there was a national librarian and a deputy national librarian. So, and Ellen was the chair of that board. They changed that structure. Now we're in this mess. So tomorrow, on Thursday, if he's there and he talks shit, I'm gonna tell a shit. That we're in this problem, you created this problem. Just because you wanted to be a national librarian and John said no. Right, let's continue.
Yeah.
I'm just preparing you that you must not be shocked. Must know where this is coming from. Now that
So what
yes,
made the structure not-
yes,
the structure was discontinued?
A of the national librarian, then they replace national librarian, same position, and then call it executive director.
But they had a name in mind.
Not necessary. They could have appointed AD as a deputy national librarian. They just wanted to make sure that they don't create this expectation that the deputy would then become, because it's really, this is succession planning.
Yeah, but-
This is a national thing. The bank, the Reserve Bank, we have the Reserve Bank in Ntwengena, Then you've got a deputy. You already know the deputy is gonna get it. Just like that, in all organizations that are government run.
I'm sure I'm playing the where was the expectation that the deputy national librarian?
It doesn't matter, but we need it.
Because I can give you this example. With that,
Justice. Yeah, those are politics. It was meant to be like that. Hey, it was meant to be that, but you see, it depends who's there. They did what they did exactly what Tise did at the National Life. Look now, that's why this woman was brought to as a deputy to come and because this one is leaving. It's but it makes sense. So now when Chan, the issue is that post was still there at the same level. They just changed the name to executive director. And what does that say? Next time, they will employ somebody who's not a librarian as an executive director. And there it's worse. How are you going to prevent it? Because there it's worse. There's nothing. This woman is leaving, Musa. Yeah, this contract is 5 years ending this year. I don't think he wants to renew. No, it's not going somewhere. It's just feeling the pace is toxic. But let's say he changes his mind, at least maybe that. But if he leaves, they want a white man, a colored, an Indian, and then because there are none of these, most of them are not librarians who are dynamic, then they're gonna take anybody like they did now. Easy.
Hi.
Last time I said this,
Right.
Okay,
Let's continue. Let's continue, colleagues. Let's get to the sectors.
No, Chair,
So by the end of
there's something I wanted to address and humanity this point. And to humanity this point, because at least how shall we unpack? Can we also sort out the last year when we went to AGM, there were about 4 or 5 seats, and we had to scramble for that. I don't want other people to feel like how Manti expressed earlier. Maybe we need to tell you that. The sitting arrangement at the AGM.
Okay.
Maybe we need to sort it out so that I've observed even last year press when it was breaks and you went to your presidential suit, only a few will be there. So you know, those kind of smaller things, maybe we need to sort them out so that we don't make each other to feel like.
how? What is it?
Because Mr. President, before
An
you
office.
answer, let me say some comments on what Mr. said. At the AGM, yes, we understand that it's only top people there, and then at least we are sitting in front in support of you guys. And then at the in the conference here, you know, some of us we need to, you know, now I'm a working person. I want to be always with the people. I want to see other people that are there. But I don't go to this call every now and then. No. I know I'm part of you, but I want to see you.
Yeah, but you see, she's somersaulting.
Yeah, all right. No.
I'm trying to say we must present a united front.
Hey.
So you want to pick and choose, that's my problem.
What is-
No,
what is
no,
Francis thinking?
I
What is he
agree.
saying?
I agree, Lima Tsipi. I agree, Lima Tsipi. It's just that now I'm challenged with my health. But being with the people actually makes people feel important. I remember that young girl also, the one that presented with Dina in the last conference. We presented the paper together.
Who's that?
She then wrote, we asked Tebogo
Oh,
Makurupetsi,
Makurupetsi.
yeah. She wrote, I think it was Lesser in Touch. Just to interact with Nazim, it was a huge thing for her. Yeah. And so I think it's important and maybe speak to Nawaz that you must make sure that the name tags they have the thing of a board
No,
member,
they do.
president, what. So
They
that
do.
yeah.
There's staff board.
yeah,
And,
so that we when we do let's try as much as we can to interact.
and you've got a different color. Just forgot offhand what color, but it does say
Should
board.
be red. So Matipi, I'm seconding you there. And obviously, we can accommodate our pensioners, house renters, coming see and all of those.
They like
Yeah.
it. Then they must be there just to feel important.
Go and read and eat what and then like what most of us did there last year. We go and eat what we eat and then we leave them to have whatever else, and then we go and mingle with the people.
Those people, they advocate for delegates to be sent from their institutions because they see how they are taken care of here.
Yeah.
So
Is your skinny woman coming?
who's that?
Which one?
Who's that?
Hey, boss.
Eh?
That's it here.
Director or TT.
Oh, mama. Oh, mama. Mama. Oh, my gosh.
Oh, that Nelson Mandela.
No, as long as we agree, Chair. I
Yeah.
was simply trying to say maybe sometimes
No, they-
unintentionally we offend people. So I was thinking let's maybe revisit how and agree that
Yeah, let's try and see if the chairs we can get the chairs on the podium.
I don't agree with you and
16, 10, 12.
No, you're 10.
Oh, no.
Me and Mr. Reza will not.
and Prof.
Oh, she has to be there. She has to be there. So 11. 11 years. So Mr. Reza is the 11th member.
Yeah, no, it's fine. Let's have the executive, then the secretariat, then it's fine. And then any other thing, John, on that?
When? Friday or Tuesday?
I might not attack. Let's not do this. They'll attack us.
For a while we've got
Just in the fun.
They think
Because
we are
but
important.
really equal.
I do not need jacket.
But that's
Tomorrow, Tuesday, the opening.
Or opening.
Yeah, opening is fine.
Tuesday.
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 When?
But opening up. But opening on to be opening. What only special outfit?
And then after opening,
Um,
you can go and say.
She wants to be opening.
Oh, she wants to open. No, but the jacket will be fine.
But then the question is, why did we buy the jacket?
Yeah.
NMU.
the young colleagues, I think sorry, Chair, I know it's your meeting, but the Unless maybe if you didn't get a jacket,
Yeah.
then you will choose not to. But for those who received jacket,
Mm.
in the opening, we should wear our jacket.
It's, I was even telling her
Not the
that
big ones, the
Yeah.
things are. Yeah.
Tuesday ka opening, it will be fine.
We can decide when we want, but we have to have a session where we are all, those who have, are wearing those jacket. We're not talking about the big
Let's
one, we're
quit
talking
at the
about the blazer.
opening.
Opening.
Shanita, I can give you mine for
You
now.
won't be at the podium.
Yeah, I won't be in the sessions. Yeah. I hope it's not big, but it's
You'll be surprised that
It's
people
not
will actually.
big, she,
Think about it.
she's bigger than you.
she's bigger than me.
Yeah.
Is she?
Yeah.
I'm small. That's nice.
Yeah.
I'm nice.
Yeah?
No, Shalita, sorry.
Yeah.
Lebu Kamufaya.
Don't worry, I'll take Tandos.
Tando.
I'll take Tandos. They are bringing. Let me just tell them.
So we are sorted.
Any other AGM thing? So even me, the president, I'm going to speak in front.
Yeah, it's suspected you don't like the jacket, that's why you.
You have no choice.
No, I
He's already wearing.
I already went to clarify.
And what were the comments?
I addressed clarify.
Anyone ask you, wow, blazer?
Yeah, they were shocked.
Yeah. So it's just
That's
one.
why
Yeah,
that's why the one day or the other, that really means for 2 hours.
First, with the AGM, I know this item is not in the agenda.
Not do it
There's
at the,
one-
not do it at the closing, because I'll also be issuing awards. Then people can go. But that time I'll see you, Marale, because it's a half day. Yeah. I closing Friday,
Yes.
Friday session.
Friday is the gala dinner.
During the day,
Oh, during the day.
saying, yeah.
Oh,
That's
when is the division minister coming? When is the?
No, I'm saying it's nice because we are going to, the closing session, again, he is when we issue our
Certificates.
certificates and others. So I can use you, you'll be doing this, you'll be doing that. So it's a nice thing.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a formal event. And it's a closing. So those who are angry, they can go and be angry at home.
Angry night.
You don't give them time to express them.
Yeah, yeah.
They will discuss on their way.
Yeah, let's
Friday.
do it Friday.
Not opening anymore.
Yeah,
I remember the situation.
yeah, no, let's do it on Friday because Friday is still a formal event. We've got a closing, and then we've got awards. Some
You're wearing the jacket.
Yeah.
The blazers on Friday.
Friday.
Oh, yeah, so that you don't ruffle them. The feathers.
The comments.
Yes, yeah, you don't want to ruffle the feathers. They ruffle the feathers. They want.
or when they're drunk, they can say, "Yeah, you guys."
Yeah. They'll say when they're drunk.
Yeah, those jackets look good, so you can't wait. So I wanted to, this item, I know it's not in the, but it's something that could come from the AGM. The closure, so that we have one particular response, the closure of libraries in different provinces, especially public libraries, specifically public libraries that have been closed, municipal libraries.
Can I?
In case
Yeah.
someone comes and say, what's your stand as Liasa on that?
I think maybe what I can do in my report, I raised that issue to say we would appreciate if people, because to tell us when these things are being said, like now, there was one in Cape Town, around Cape Town, that they're saying that they plan to sell its parking and what. They must tell us upfront, then we can write the letter to say we are concerned, whatever that you would say. So that even with positions, when they are advertised, they must tell us that time so that we can then write to the municipal manager, tell him about the staffing regulations, and then tell him about this to say this does not comply and. But when it's done, it becomes difficult because they're also bolted. Even if you escalate it to CCMA and that, you tend to lose. because now they must remove somebody.
There's always that question, when did you become out?
Mm.
So half the chance our members complain because it's Dina who got the post. And I've got a beef with Dina. And then
No, sometimes it's not, because he thinks when it's advertised, he thinks that because it's qualified, he's gonna get it. Then they take a matriculant. Because the requirement allowed them to take a matriculant. So he was supposed to complain then, like we did with the National Life, to say your advert, it's not right. So Libona, I'll just need to.
If you combine them,
Yeah.
so that if ever people want to ask, you already covered it in your report.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm because of libraries.
What?
Those are. Are we done with the HM colleagues?
So this is a motion. Offer.
It's something that I will put on my report.
Oh,
Or who says Nepal to
closure of,
what to capture.
okay, now, let's get that time. More message.
Right. Let's move then to sectors. How are you working? We'll start with special libraries. Special libraries. We're not looking at the agenda. Whilst we're looking, the other thing that I'm thinking about, this between us, the sector chairs, can we agree on a template, a reporting template, so that you just fill in, and then we can other additional things we can then do. Shanita, do you want to start?
Must I go ahead? Okay, all right, public libraries. Basically what has happened with us so far is, I tried getting a hold of Dr. Bangani, but, just to no avail. So what we decided is we will, amongst the provinces, get the libraries to be involved, and I'm looking at a person that I want to appoint to oversee the SDG. She's from KZN, very active librarian. I'm just waiting on her response, and I'm going to get her to coordinate all programs that are aligned with the SDGs and to put it together so we can start creating these stories. So she's hasn't given me her response just yet. She's had a bit of a drama in her life financially. Actually, she was defrauded from her bank account just by clicking on a link.
Yeah.
And she lost hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's crazy. But anyway, yeah, so she's going to come back to me with that. And hopefully by the new year, we should have a collection of stories. Our sector meetings have been going quite well. We do it virtually, and we have a very active WhatsApp group that's very functional as well. Our provinces that are really very active is the Free State and the Limpopo province and KZN. I feel a little bit disappointed in that I haven't heard anything from Western Cape, Northern Cape, and Eastern Cape for some reason. I've sent communication to them, but I don't know if they're very busy with their personal responsibilities. but I haven't had much response from them. I know there are programs taking place within those provinces, but they are not actually sharing it with me. So it's very difficult to find out what is going on and for me just to think that nothing is happening. So we will be having our next meeting in November where we will discuss that further. The only issue that I've had, as John mentioned earlier, is now that we have these sector coordinators, they're kind of putting a little bit of demands. They want to go back a little bit and say, can we get funding? We want to have this breakfast meeting. We want to have this engagement or whatever. I know for one or two of the programs, I approached the office for promotional material and they were very good. They assisted and those KZN, and I think it was somebody else, they got some promotional material.
Yeah, the collected, yeah.
Yeah, somebody collected as well. That is my only issue that I have right now, and I got a feeling it's gonna come up. It's gonna probably be addressed by it. Why can't we get monies to do this? We have explained the processes now with the banking and the funding. I've also discussed with them marketing, advocacy, fundraising, those aspects, but obviously you're gonna get the negative ones who just want. Yeah, no, I think we are really doing very well as public library sector. The only thing that I need now is to get the personalities working together. We have a very strong personality group there. They're super strong, and I think they just need to connect with each other. So other than that, public libraries, we're on track, but I still say the early days. Hopefully by next year, we should have some sort of motion in place and our library should be functioning. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Yeah, yeah, we have to think about it. Maybe look at the money that was brought back from branches and interest group. See if we can't put it together and see if we can't. Yeah, but I think it's no longer a lot of money because Western Cape and even 8 hour man in the process.
Even Northwest.
Even Northwest.
They don't have their own layers.
So it's fine. I think those we can write them off because nobody owes Liasa because there's nobody there. It's gone. The whole thing is yeah. So yeah, it's fine. It's something that you can look. I mean, once you obviously can't create structure without funding it. So we will see how we can fund. But I think the most important thing that people must start doing now is to try and break even. If you are going to do catering, ask people to bring 20 rands, then you do food for 20 rands, like we did in the past. So your money can, and then non-Liasa members 50 rand. Then you know you've got a profit of 20 rands. Who wants to follow? I'm second.
Library sector. I want to start by the leadership, the assistance interim committee members from now is 2 different committees because as I've already mentioned earlier on that Dr. Nuni resigned from KwaZulu-Natal, is in the Western Cape, but because she's passionate about Liasa, she said, I know that we are having a member in the Western Cape and I'll also be in the Western Cape. Do you mind if I can still stay in the committee and then with the interim committee? We agreed. We agreed that she must be there. So we are having 2 people in the Western Cape In Mpumalanga, I was thinking that because we are going to have an age again. But most unfortunately, and this was I was going to discuss it on the general because I forgot that we agreed that here at the conference we are going to have the sector sessions, no AGM. So I told the members, the interim committee members that you know what, we are going to get these two people from Mpumalanga and KwaZulu-Natal, and feeling nothing came. Nothing came, they agreed to be here. There was a gentleman called Michael Alfred, and then his supervisor is the lady from
Former librarian of the year.
the one is the head of Esol branch. He's in the ethics committee, Romeo.
From this.
Winner librarian of the year.
Oh, hey, what's
Manda.
yeah,
Oh, Manda, you. You was got one loon. This is one loon.
And I'm thinking of
I'm thinking I'm looking at a black person in my mind.
the guy called
Manda.
Manda accepted the letter. He said that yes, everything that's what the people are going to do. But Mr. Alfred never attended any meeting. And also the event we organized. So I was going to talk about it also to tell the people that please know that we need somebody, because we had is that first that I've seen that they're very active on the special library sector because they attend this event and they ask questions. So I was like, okay, so we have somebody that we can just stand in from there. And then we had meetings. Our meeting started in June 25 and in November, and then when we discussed
2024.
so 2024, we were discussing all our terms of balances and also the meeting. So the first this year we had our meeting in February 2027 when we planning our coordinated South African level with the South African level of the language. And then the next slide is on the 6th of June, we had again a meeting because that's when we started our first event when Mr. Jeff Noga from the city of Johannesburg did a visual workshop on digital literacy. Yes, digital literacy. And then we have a successful event. We had almost 886 members who attended that event. And then we also had a meeting on the 5th of our second meeting.
Let me change the meeting.
We have our meeting on the 5th of September when we discuss the event which we have held on the 12th of September. And then the person who presented the information literacy was Dr. Andy Somfengu from the University of Cape Town. And I think that was a very successful one because we have 160 people who registered for that event. And then this is just the planned activities, what we did for this year in 2025. It was South African Library in collaboration with the Library of the Blind. Then we also have digital literacy, as I said. And I forgot about the copyright. The copyright and fashion webinar, which was held on the 25th of July, where we had Dr. Banzi. And then I was saying, because, you know, at this board member, we need to support each other. And then Mr. Romeo was the I did not acknowledge Mr. Romeo. I'm always forgetting the same name. I'm not that name, I'm
Nkumba.
My next slide is also on the November, we, as a interim committee decided that November, December, it must be a year-end function for our sectors. But we said each sector representative, let's say you go for the must be their own, Albion they must be their own, do not just like them, you can't do for everybody. And then we can, you know, it is closing, it's not, it can't be visual. If somebody is there in Polokwane, who is also not member, like myself in Howdy, I'll go there and the Howdy people. But that's what I can tell you from me. And then also on the advocacy, we decided that we have to get a group WhatsApp. On the group WhatsApp page, because we can't wait for the meeting. If they need something which we have to discuss, we write on the group and then we discuss that and resolve the chance we are experiencing. And then we just run on that.
Thank you.
Yeah, even when publish on the Yasa Tash, the structures will see okay, then number of yes, so indeed we are because got these speakers, and then we need to help us because the sector is representing all the government and the research libraries, where we think that academics and libraries sometimes they far much ahead than us. So when we get the speakers, we must see where we are falling and so we can also catch up with it. That's it.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think it's fine. I think next year we can try to. I think there is a room available, ne? If should they want to meet.
Can you confirm with Lisa?
Yeah, we'll check. There might be a room available on Thursday during the sector services, so that maybe you can plan for your next training for next year. And then the other thing that I want you to do is to try and meet with Ramavina. What Latin is not coming. Okay. Try and talk to him and meet him, Marupin, yeah. Just to get to interact with OSAL, so that because one of the things they mentioned in there, they invited me, unfortunately clashed with something else, but I asked Jeff to represent me. One of the comments from HESMA. HESMA, the Research Librarian of the Year, is also a treasurer at OSAL. He has been a treasurer for more than 10 years, I think. So one of the things was that sometimes Liasa must try and have also a separate, because the speakers there were specific about law and what. So it was, Liasa must also have, because then I said, but that's what we're doing. On Thursday, each sector would have its own papers, they do their own thing and all of that. So let's plan for next year. Even if people don't submit papers from law, you can decide and invite speakers for your session. You can invite your own speakers and what. Liasa will see, maybe you can sponsor one or two. But I mean, you can look within the region. You know, if you know that who's this judge, the one that is fighting with the secretary. Oh,
I would say,
Mabal, Manenge. It's staying around, you invite Manenge. It's not, it's a legal thing. You just invite him, gonna speak on, because that guy, you can see the law is here. It's full of his head. The terms he speak. No, even now, there's nothing. And it will attract numbers. There'll be a lot more people attending. A lot of women will attend.
But I'm very things. Would be seen to be supporting gender violence.
Which violence? There was no violence.
But agreement.
Eh? No, what I'm saying, there was no violence.
It's not our
But there was no violence. It's just that the other one felt that he was, yeah. It's a workplace thing. Yes,
One black with a comment. There's only one.
I really appreciate it.
One.
I'm talking to the president.
Sorry.
Yeah.
So you can continue.
No,
Yeah, no, possibly. I also want to hear you and interrupt.
No, the president is listening. Continue.
Then after hearing what people can put together,
Yes.
they're saying that there is sector session and that is why you need, because nobody from the sector and student Astra now they are with me, so you can't have that. And I was like, okay, then maybe together we said maybe we'll talk to the president, and then the president will give us November must be maybe for the AGM. Middle of November for the sectors. That's what.
No, yeah, it's fine. No, what I was saying, in case you want to come together just to discuss, to say, this is like now, guys who are going to do the AGM in December, let's plan who's going to do it. Just, so what I'm saying, Thursday is sectors. We don't interfere. I would also be a follower. I'll go to my sector also and sit down and listen to what my sector is talking about, or maybe I'll engage the. Okay.
Of the OSAN. Mr. Kumalo is working for the Beko, is a member of the OSAN, is on the committee. OSAN. And then it's also my sector.
Yeah.
So we propose that we, at our AGM, we have a speaker.
From OSAN.
Then that is going to be Mr. Kumalo.
Okay.
So we are reading our mind, Mr. Kumalo.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
All right. That's why you elected me.
You read minds.
Can we then continue unless there's something else? Then get to. Yeah. School.
Okay.
I can see from the face.
The challenge. It's the challenge, even though we are trying to have our committee meetings, they are very busy. They are busy. Busy. We try to move from maybe midday to evening. In the morning, they are not available during the day. So they are ever busy. So we can't form a quorum most of the time. Even the secretary, we don't have minutes. We only rely to appellant through recording. The secretary is nowhere to be found, is promising. So we end up requesting Dr. Moira as our scribe, and then she agreed, as I called you, press, and then updated you regarding this problem that we are having. And then Mr. Mujake, as you seconded him, is nowhere to be found. Doesn't attend our meetings. We had our last meeting on the 9th of September. September. But the attendance was very poor. Limpopo is not represented in the community and they are nowhere to be found. Bianca volunteered last year when we were at the conference that she'll be part of the committee, but we cannot get hold of her. In Mpumalanga, it's doing very well in terms of food sector.
Always.
Yeah, always.
Yeah,
We are doing well. We are doing well in
Ma'am, Teta,
Mpumalanga. So other provinces, no, we are not doing well. So they are ever busy, Mamamkhulu. So unless maybe in the community we don't maybe put the management, even the junior teacher, yeah, maybe they can assist because those ones are always meetings and meetings and meetings. So I was maybe suggesting that maybe if we can put teachers, those that are not ever busy.
Okay.
I think that can work for us.
But at least you've got a program.
Yeah. So we are planning NGF function as well in Mpumalanga for teacher like that.
Yeah. So normally what I say now, you guys just keep on working. You know, the few that are working, you just keep on working. It will at one stage people would wake up one day and realize that the bus is moving and then they hop in. So don't lose hope. Even if there are more in Mpumalanga, even if it's active and there are more people, like Mpumalanga, it's big. So if there are other people, if you've got somebody in ML and then somebody in Nelspruit is interested, bring them in.
Okay.
Even if you've got more people in Mpumalanga than in, it doesn't matter as long as you are working. Then the other people will get them along the way. Which one is left? Sure. Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Academics. I think it's like the main problem is we don't actually have the so-called school library. And then perhaps until we manage to do that, it will be much better. Because now, even when she said we are busy with those teachers that we are thinking we can invite, maybe we can do something. So it's still a challenge because teachers themselves as well, they are overwhelmed with curriculum. Whatever we are busy, especially the curriculum, on the library side, we are not busy. The thing is, they don't recognize libraries, so teachers focus more on curriculum where they are going to be accountable for the result. So with us, it's like you're just running around. Really, what is it that you can point out doing? It's just not easy. So if we can plan around to make sure that we approach the government and to make sure we win the issue at teacher library, because absolutely now when we talk of school librarians, there are no school librarians. Those that have a school library, it's only those schools parents that can afford to pay somebody something. And again, also in schools where principal value library and understand its impact and it's important to school, that's where the principal can do something. But generally, when we talk of school library, they exist. Okay.
Yeah, colleagues, I think we've got an opportunity now it's one thing I've been thinking about and I'm planning it. It's a pity the NCLEX has been delayed. Now it's over a year. And even now, yeah, maybe in 2 weeks' time, 3 weeks' time, they might call us for the induction meeting, and then we can then begin to. We've got and NCLEX advises Minister of Education, Minister of Higher Education, Minister of Science and Technology, Minister of Arts, Sports and Culture. So I'm not sure how many of you have heard or seen Minister of Higher Education, Mutemana Mela, complaining about children not able to read. That's an opportunity for us to write to him to say we would like to write. Obviously, now my issue was that if NCLEX was able to meet today, like it was planning, I was going to raise that let's make an appointment with the Minister of Higher Education, and on the agenda we put this issue of illiteracy amongst the learners. The Minister Kwebula, yeah, he's new, and also he spoke about it last week, right? There's an opportunity for us to go and speak, to say, look, remember these minimum standards. You remember the minimum standards, and the department was taken into court, and we are supposed to implement it. So we are here to say we can assist, even if the librarian is, even if the teacher is not fully trained librarian, just is as a side. What we can do, we can then look at a situation whereby we advise here to say, look, we are willing to train your teachers until you are able to employ, you know, as I said. The same with right, obviously our brother here, Mackenzie. We can push him with the legislation, because those legislation were in the pipeline. So once those legislation goes to Parliament and approved, we are going to have a state. The ASA will become a statutory body through NCLEX. So every librarian will be forced to pay membership. Then we know that you can then give it to more. Because repealing those acts, it's going to assist us greatly in that regard. Yeah, you know. Oh, okay.
This is an opportunity, and I think never ceremony and that the child, you are sitting on it. So you have to talk for this. Remember the motto, one library. I mean, one school library, one library. We still have to tell them about that which we used to have this thing in Yasa that there must be a school library, there must be a school library. So those things are very, that's where our children will be able to study. So much.
Thank you. I think one other thing that we also need to explain to them is like they don't understand the impact or the importance of library in our classroom. Because with all these reports health report that kids cannot read. They keep on coming with some program to promote reading, but it's focused more on curriculum. And on the other hand, teachers don't have time to implement whatever they are saying. So meaning we still need a library where learners can voluntarily go there. Because with teachers, the focus is like education is, I'm sure I would be right to say it's a political issue. They are pushing numbers, and normally kids cannot read, but when you look at the marks for the learner, it's like they're higher because the teacher just want to say, this is what I'm doing, whereas they cannot. But the programs are there, so I think it's up to us now to try and explain to them, even if you've got this program, but library is still a basic, something that is a foundation, especially from primary level. That's where learners must be acquainted with library services so that they can just read on their own. And again, if you look at, because we look at library at school level, our community, especially Black community, it's not easier for them to go to public library to borrow books, because for them reading is associated with passing exam and it ends up there. So if we can try also to make them aware that reading for curriculum, it's something else, or it doesn't even have that much impact, because they come on with so many programs but nothing is, because the child is forced to read, not voluntarily like them.
Kulu then, Nancy.
Okay. Another thing, maybe it depends. Maybe because I have a passion. Recently, from Mpumalanga, I think it's 5 schools that we establish libraries. Because I do sit with the principal's meeting, the second managers do call me, and then we market the library. So most of the schools now, we are establishing libraries. They turn their classes into library. Yes. So it depends. It wants us to stand up. So I think, Mamkuba, on your side, at least because you managed to visit even schools, yeah, it's easy to maybe talk to the principals, because really it's about the passioning the principals to understand the importance of the library. But some were not hard, but now they're the ones who are calling us. Can you come and start the library? Can you donate books? It's working.
Yeah, that one, that's exactly what I'm doing, going to school. You establish a library, but at the end of it all, it becomes just a nice place, as long as the principal doesn't understand. And I think, like I said, the pressure on the teachers to perform. So we do establish libraries. They are nice and beautiful. I can just show you some pictures here. But they end up either in stuff and whatever. And we look at with their storage. Those books, like there is this tendency to say kids cannot read because they don't have books. So schools receive books. Earlier this year, I found some books that were delivered in 2023, still in books. And that's a usual thing that we have. Maybe we even because the principals themselves, I'm trying, like I used to, and it's just a present an open day where I will invite principal for primary school to identify a school that has a bit of functioning library, and then the high school. They will come, and when they go back, it's curriculum. It's curriculum. So it's a challenge.
And it's okay.
Thank you so much for it. Now I would still want to check Mr. Namori. Do you hire the teachers or not? Are you hiring librarians, teacher librarians? If you hire a teacher, the teacher does not have a passion for the library. I'm going to make an example. I once applied for St. Mary's. I applied for St. Mary's to be a teacher librarian there. You know what they did to me? they told me so nice that, you have such a nice experience. But doing this, you don't have method. If we are having a method, we'll be they told me, when I even interviewed, but they mentioned that yes, we can do it, but unfortunately, method is the requirement. So you have to also have the librarian, the teachers, librarian who have done the library. That's where library.
Of the programs, it might be, and the challenges, that is why I say the challenge needs to be addressed at government level. Because we do not have specific post for a teacher librarian.
You have to take knowledge.
They squeeze the teachers.
Dina.
in the library.
We just well, choose one teacher to say you are
You are-
a librarian for coordinator.
Yes.
You are a librarian coordinator.
Mm.
She has a lot of her own curriculum, so it doesn't have any time. And again with us, because we are not going to search marks and whatever. So libraries always write the
Yes, Dina.
At my school, they both the junior and the senior library. I was expecting that they
Based
will hire
what
a
the
specialized someone as a teacher.
As you might be aware, like most of the university libraries and para community management set out school libraries. And hearing Dr. Hulu speaking, I'm wondering if there can be like maybe a collaboration. I'm not sure if you can share the details of the coordinators, like your colleagues across the 9 provinces that these universities can work with when they set up these school libraries.
Okay.
And also thinking of the short course that you have providing on school library management and administration side. Since we've said this morning, we've also been talking about advocacy. And I believe that if we don't show the government what we are all about, they won't give us.
Yes.
It needs to start with us. For them to believe that libraries are, it needs to start with us as librarians. We need to take ourselves seriously. That's where advocacy comes in. That's where collaboration now needs to come in. Because from time to time, almost every year, most universities, they set up these school libraries, but there's no capacity building in terms of teacher librarians. Even if it's a teacher, but at least they have that knowledge of how to manage this library for sustainability, because it can go a long way. Because in some instances, you find a teacher that is really passionate about the library, but they don't have the knowledge or the what do you do in those instances? So I think we can start small and build upon that. So I think maybe if we can just be linked with your colleagues in different regions, so that when these universities go out there, then they know that I have our school here working with me. I'm not doing this alone as an academic librarian, but there'll be someone overseeing that particular school that will adopt as part of our project. So that's just my suggestion.
Can I just say something? Sorry.
I can go ahead.
What we're doing in Pietermaritzburg is, obviously we have schools that are fluent, they have libraries, they have academics, but it's more of a school in the rural areas. So we now have 2 mobile cells, right? And we've got people that are managing the mobile cells, and we're going into the schools themselves. And we're getting teachers involved, somebody who can take charge of the books, and then we're getting the kids to come in. The buses are equipped with computers, they have learning facilities, they have project books, and we have reading material. So that is what we do, and we identify schools that will allow us to come in, and we're setting up mini libraries in the school. We also have a library that's functioning out of a primary school in Pietermaritzburg. So the kids have direct access to a physical building in a school in the Johannesburg. So the mobile service is also working extremely well for us. And we're reaching them.
Yeah.
And the statistics are like phenomenal. We have 4,000 a month.
John?
No, Chair, thanks. Having listened to the inputs from colleagues and what you're opening, I wanted to suggest maybe we can, for starters, liaise with the ministry to ask for, because I'm thinking this complaints, if there was to be a memo from up there somehow, you know, things can start to unfold a bit. So I was thinking, but also what Dina said, we also need to make some inroads into our community project. And we could use that to illustrate to the minister that in a small way we have been doing this in a way. But if the ministry's office was to issue a communique that addresses the concerns that you are raising and the intention, because there must first be political will. The intention from the ministry side to contribute to what is it SPG number? What it is? Yeah, both for, is it 4 and 10? Yeah, if there could be some intention from this, it may be easy if I approach one school and say we as TUT wants to contribute or help you to assist to establish a library, you know, it may be easy then.
Thank you. Yeah, colleagues, thank you to school sector. I will on the issue of Entlis, but I think as Liasa, maybe we can start the process also with these new ministers because they are new, they don't have a package. During the time of Sisbuse Dlamini, we did engage the department, and that's why we have the standards, information literacy standards. So, and it was during of Naledi Pandor at the time. It's only the officials that were stalling. The director for learning material was blocking, and he was saying, you guys can go and speak to the minister. I'm the one who's supposed to implement, and I'm not going to do. But now, like I'm saying, we've got a new minister, and if we can engage with her, write to her, and then probably we can even invite her for library week. And see if we can engage. Then with Manamela also, just write to him and say, we know, we have heard you, and this we want to talk to you about this. And then obviously, when I get to Entlis, I'm gonna try and push. Our chair is an academic, so we should be able to push Mfengu. Mfengu is our current chair. And yeah, so we'll try. I hope we can. But my wish is that 2026, by June, we should have spoken to all the 3 ministers of higher education, and science. Yeah, our minister, I don't know. We'll see. We'll try.
And just to add on that, Chair, and it's not, I think as Liasa, we've thought maybe the minister is just us who's been dished by ministers. It's been happening in many sectors where the ministers are not, unless it's like a big project that is profiled nationally, that's when they want to get involved. maybe we should continue with the proposal that let's just target the deputy ministers. I'll give you an example. We hosted at DUT a student leadership workshop that talks to leadership and whatnot. And the minister said, no, talk to the deputy. And she was there. These people are willing to participate. And if you look at the profiles of the deputy ministers that have been allocated there, most of them are specialists in the area. So the people who are passionate. So targeting the deputy ministers maybe should be just a way we work with them. So in terms of the letters that you want to draft as well, so don't waste time with people that we know are not interested in stuff.
Also, Chair, I'm thinking with that what is the equal education purchase?
Yeah.
Surely the minister may want to illustrate that he's doing something. If we were to approve it. They may want to be seen to have set the ball rolling to address that the imperative of that project.
Yeah. Okay. Over to you, Tina.
We've also managed to meet, but I think it's a few times a year. Residents speak that the availability also of the members couldn't, in some instances, other members couldn't make it to the meeting. Sometimes we met and we couldn't even put in quorum. And I think to a larger extent, also having listened to the other sector chairs reporting, regionalization will also help, as recommended as one of our amendments for the constitution. Because I remember when we first met with the interim committee for the sector, they highlighted that some of them were asking, but why, are their rules not formalized in the structure? So I think maybe that's why others are not really pulling their socks, because it's like they are nowhere to be found on the structure. And they are, as a chair, I've observed that the colleagues that are really supporting are the ones that were part of the previous daily group that were then absorbed as part of the community. And also our training coordinator, who is based in the Free State region. So I think Free State is leading in all the sectors.
Yeah. Free State is active.
Yeah.
I wonder.
They're gonna dump us when you leave.
But they always, even the old.
But Free State has always been active. It's always been.
So I think the other provinces and those people are mostly the new colleagues that were nominated last year as a control. So I'm not sure once the constitution is, or this proposal is approved, how are we going to have elections? How are we going to get new structures to support the chairs? Because from where I'm sitting, I think I really need
Commit.
if I can put it that way.
No, I think I think it's about time. I carry this interim committee. The idea was that to push until 2027. But if we realize that, look, we need people who are properly elected, then you can, I think this November date, you can work around it and prepare to nominate and elect, to create a position committee, create those portfolios, people nominate them, they get nominated and then they get elected. We can look at running it, we'll see. Because it's a sector base. We don't really need Nora. Leila, we can play around with Ramabina or even us, we can run it because we're not interested in this. Yeah, no, that should be fine. I think colleagues, most sectors, you have been active and especially public and higher education. Even your seminars or symposiums were well attended and
Yeah. And, yeah, with regards
I'm
to
just
the
closing the.
we had a couple focusing also on the gaps that some of our members highlighted in terms of conference presenting, writing abstracts, writing for publication. And also as a chair, we've also proposed the new COP for quality assurance and user experience, where we had our first session on the 18th of September, which was well attended. And from there, I would say we got, since it covers all sectors, we got a lot of representation from various sectors. And one of the librarians from the South African Weather Service also recommended that
It's a special reference. Was giving them the information.
Yeah, so she recommended that there is a need for librarians to be part of the SAPS Information and Documentation Committee. So we have reached out and there's been a number of people. First, the first one is Dr. Didier from UNISA. She's highlighted interest in being part of the committee. I'll also be part of that. And another gentleman as well. So I think in this way we will be able, as LIASA, to also be represented on the national, standards, being part of that committee. So I think, seeing, having that as our first webinar, but we managed to do this. So I think with the follow-up sessions, we can do a lot in terms of enhancing quality and user experience in our libraries across all sectors. Yeah.
yes, ma'am.
I don't know, maybe it's because of these people, we don't really have role. I was thinking, but they nominated themselves at the conference last day. And why they wanted to, and I think we have stipulated, they were saying, okay, I am the board member of this, and I'm going to chair this. The only people are doing moving by that. I'm just being example what I see. The only person who's going to do, who's going to work with me so that we can defend the local needs in the secret heart. And I think we say, maybe yourself who wants to be the secret heart. That's when we get another doctor in then it's our secretary. So now I think with me it's went very well. I don't know one of us wants. So I appreciate that. We have the English and that is the saying that you are young, you are new, that they must be time. I'm sure that you are the young one and yes, not do my now we are good, but at least I'm good, but I have other people and the younger ones who are also listening to me. Then it's not the thing of listening, we share ideas. On once first went up soldier on.
Thank you, Matsipi. Yeah, I think overall, colleagues, like I'm saying, we are doing well, although one of my ex-co member was saying, hey, your sectors must have activities. I mean, that's how we're gonna grow in myself. And I was like, from which rock are you under? I mean, they're amazing. And
Like,
yeah.
so
And
many.
the Apelele runs. I mean, every week I see. So I'm not sure which rock is deciding. And All right, that was the last one. The next item agenda.
No,
No, this is fact.
sorry.
Oh, sorry. No, I thought it's going through the agenda.
No, maybe yes.
No.
Here's a
Don't
alphabet sect. Okay. Colleagues, let's come to the issue of time. Are you prepared to go until what time? On the agenda.
What check are you leaving?
Uzotho fitla ka 2. What Joel?
How much the reception?
Come on.
Prof.
Oh.
Okay, colleagues, let's
Chair, I'm suggesting we take development of the national police.
no, it's not law. I just speak to it, and then partnership and collaboration, I speak to that EBSCO. Then we leave the tomorrow morning. We start with finance because the 9 o'clock, we start 9 o'clock, we start with finance. Because, and then Nikki would join us first so that we iron out things. And then Patrick will join us at, can we send the link to Patrick?
I've sent them the same link.
Yeah?
Send them the same link. I've sent them the same link. Because it's the same thing.
Yeah.
Talent.
Let's do it 9 days.
No, let the Nikki start at 9.
When the meeting starts, we will let her go to do her business.
You want the meeting to start at 9:30?
Isn't it the meeting is also addressing part of these concerns?
Eh?
No, those were
Ah,
addressed.
Yeah,
They are just speaking to the financial.
yeah, they will
to the
advise. No, remember Patrick is gonna come and say, I've done the audit, this is the thing, there was this thing.
So he's joining by invitation,
Yes.
or we can start at 9.
So that's why I want to speak to Nikki first. If Patrick did come back to him with any questions or whatever, and then, so it's like internal amongst ourselves. Then Patrick joins at 9:30. And then he gives us the ARIC report, then we adopt it, then we're ready for the AGM. So please sleep, don't galavant at night so that you're able to come here at 9.
Thank you, Chair.
Don't
Thank you.
need any delegation now.
Thank you.
When he goes to sleep, he must make sure.
All right. Can I then address the issue of the book policy? Colleagues, you did receive documentation regarding the book policy. I will try and join online the launch. I'll try to join online anyone who would like to join. I think you can join. I think it's at 10 o'clock, if I'm not mistaken. Wednesday, I think. I'll check. I'll check on that email again. So, but what is going to happen later in that document, you'll see there is a date for public libraries. So Kulu and others and all of us, we can join that. And there's a date for the DSEC and its other related what. We can also join there. So we can join the provisional libraries and make a contribution, make a submission, and then we can also, and what I've picked up, these are the same, it looks like it's the same group that was doing the review of because now all of a sudden, and so who's that man? It's there in the people who are doing that. He's a consultant from Vets who retired, copyright.
Oh,
Denise.
Denise Nichols.
Yeah, is part of that group that is doing the review. Yeah. So if you read that document, I sent, you'll see that this firm of lawyers, so they are gonna just drag this thing forever. But I'm comfortable with Denise because at least he's gonna push our agenda. Yeah. So, but yeah, we'll see as Liasa if we can put in control. So, have you found it, John, or you want me to resend it? The book policy, the date, the image. Yeah, there's a link there. Yeah. So when you went to parallel session, yeah, this Tuesday. Yeah. This Tuesday. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, yesterday I was like, then the people told me it's Sunday. Yeah, it's Saturday. No, I mean not yesterday, today, when I went to the. So somebody was saying it's for the first time we come to work on a Sunday. And then I was like, which Sunday?
This one. Sunday.
Yeah. And then we come to partnerships, collaboration and partnerships. Ne? Yeah. So let me speak. Yeah. So colleagues, I attended the meeting of the library school forum. Right? On the agenda, they had just a moment. Marlene. So this University of Pretoria, they don't even have a library school, but they are forcing. I think they offer postgraduate qualification, but they are forcing. So they were the current chair of the doing. So in their agenda, it was right. The confirmation of the agenda. Matters arising regarding postgraduate library, postgraduate diploma in library science, and then they had matters from Liasa, and then discussion on the Gen A in LIS school. And then they've got partnership and the meetings for next year. So when they were discussing this, then it became clear that there is no standards for postgraduate. And then last year, they had agreed that they need to work around it. So ultimately, they then said they mandated Liasa to do a benchmarking for PhD, for postgraduate library science, with an intention of drafting new standards. And then each school will then formulate their own program. But the outcomes should be the same because the issues are about employability. So what I mentioned to them is that we, as Liasa, we're going to be strict now. We are not, if the qualification doesn't address the sector requirement, we will not recognize it. You know, and I think it then make them to sit up and listen. And they were saying they've got no idea about what our criteria and all of those things. And I said, but you guys, you've got an empty seat at the board. You know, so they became an issue. So everything they were talking, they will come back to say, Liasa, what are you saying? Even when we went to generative AI and what then they would come back, Liasa, what is the suggestion? And all of that. So I even told them about the Cisco training because the issue is that they get graduates who don't get employed. University of Johannesburg, at some stage, they were not employing, not City of Johannesburg, they were not employing UNISA graduates of LIS because they're not work ready. So all of those things. So I even told them about the Cisco. I told them about the Cisco program. And then they was excited. They even asked me to send through the catalog, the one that they will share with you now. This one. You will share with them.
Yeah.
The Cisco catalog.
Yes, I
Yeah.
do.
So I shared with them the issues and so obviously once we coordinate this, we're gonna take it back to them because now they are our members. But the other thing I was thinking about, Shanita, is that when we've got somebody, when we've got academics who can do, if we can get an academic and a practitioner to do that benchmarking, we can then write, request funds from Sally Trust. And because then would then lead to publishing those results. And so it doesn't matter. So I think it will be, we should be able to. So we'll see whether we go for a retired academic. We have time. I saw, Marina Simbeni is also part of this book policy. So at least we've got 2 librarians in that policy. So it's promising. So we can look around those retired academics and try and engage them. For instance, if you think about Solebu Pape, Professor Solebu Pape, is retired at North. He was in
Solomon,
yeah,
Prof is retired.
yeah, a long time ago.
That's what probably graduate the other time.
In somebody,
Prof.
someone was
Is it that old?
how and why are actor why not actor Lefos?
Oh, I don't
No, he's
recall that.
retired.
He's retired. He took out at 60, exactly 60.
Yeah.
Probably. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe he was tired.
No, yeah, plus that place tired.
Yeah,
But he was 60. So I mean, person like that he has the understanding of the postgraduate, was teaching and at the same time. So we will see. But that's yeah. At some stage, I said to Prof on the WhatsApp, because we were talking on the WhatsApp. So I said to Prof, this now it looks like it's a LIASA meeting, because I can tell you 80% of the discussion that happened there was LIASA. Everything was LIASA. Then that's when they came with the introduction, the request for student institutional membership. It came from there, and the other issue, right? Yeah, the other issues that they would bring us in when they review the programs, so that we can make input in terms of what we recognize and what we don't recognize. Yeah, that's all from the library school, but the meeting was very successful. Actually, it looked like a sector meeting of LIASA. It was a sector meeting of LIASA, because there's nothing that they talked about without asking for my opinion. So yeah, it augurs well, because now at some stage it will come to a time where we would audit, as LIASA would audit library schools. We'll come and look at their curriculum, look at the books, look at their collection, like they do with other professional bodies and CHA.
Cooperate for one particular. June, sorry.
The last one is EBSCO, request to include LIT in the platform. So
Just we move there. This collaboration partnership, what does it entail? I thought I'm also mindful of time. Our relationship with this channel SARS and does it not fall?
yeah, we can bring it in here. Chelsea, we had an MOU, and so it's expiring this year. But my I don't know, Chelsea, they don't attend. And then also the chair is also doing everything. When we invite and say, can you send us, he volunteers, but he doesn't have the capacity. And so this year, for some strange reason, they didn't want us to meet, maybe because their program is full. And then they brought in, yeah. So as things stands now, we've got scheduled meetings with them.
Yeah.
So we would meet with them, we will review some of the things. They invited us, they want to do something on the open access week. So there is a task, they were tasked by is it Asaf or Yusuf?
Asaf.
Was it Asaf?
Mm.
Yeah. So they keep on coming with it, but it never ultimately happened. So probably we will have it now. Yeah.
No, Chair.
Yeah.
And we shall elaborate tomorrow properly when we deal with that agenda we want to propose. But I was taken aback when I was told, you know the story, when I was told TUT doesn't have a memorandum of understanding with the ASA to allow you to go to conference 2 days or so. And embarrassing as it is as it sounds, I'm thinking, and I was thinking, the memorandum of understanding between the ASA and Chelsea is between the directors of libraries in Iowa, which my boss is now.
Yeah.
So it's very embarrassing to be saying this thing, to say the least. But I thought that is covered. When they pledge support, to me, they mean if Jan is elected president-elect, for argument's sake, then the support from my director is guaranteed.
Yeah.
But having, I had to write letters after letters to explain why I must come to a meeting earlier than what I'm saying. Remember my board, I'm on the LOC. We must make sure that when conference starts, things are in order. No, this particular person who's a pastor by profession, that's one of the things says to you, but where is the police that allows you to, this is a line function. It can be regulated by police. Hello. So I'm wondering what do they think entails in the memorandum of understanding between us and them. I don't think can you imagine, Chair, President, as before we elect you, your boss must agree that you become president. I mean, really, where on earth have you seen those kind of nonsensical approaches? So I'm worried that we seem to be having this MOU that are gathering dust somewhere, but practically they mean nothing to some people. And I wouldn't want to raise it when we meet Chelsea, but I'm thinking someone else may raise it. What does this mean when we have an MOU with you? What does it mean? When I must write, I mean, I was writing like I'm writing first grade 4, 5. Who does not understand what librarianship is all about? As to explain myself why I must be. Despite Levo's letter, by the way, Levo's letter was so explicit and very clear why I must be here yesterday. I mean, some of the things that you must deal with are out of work. I thought I don't know, somehow we must raise it.
Yeah, we can, yeah, no, it's fine, John. I think we can raise it. Because even last year in our meeting, we did encourage them to say, can they support Liasa and let them be visible and yeah. And he was part of that meeting. So I'm just worried that welcome, Prof.
Well, thank you.
Your flight was late.
Yeah, it was late, and I think I'm also raising on the same problem. Yeah, and my things are not going well. So, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Jen. You are really saying the last time we were not there. It was President Robert, Dina, we were also present also on the aids with the chairs of meeting, the last meeting. No, yeah, on the online. Yeah. But then we discussed that and we Prof was, telling them about the because Mama yeah. Mama Wechi was talking about it and Prof was engaging, Gina was making inputs on that. And then it was like we are now agreed that we are going to come up and then community is going to. Then I don't know why, because every now and then they're saying that we are going to get someone to represent, because we are speaking again about the events. We must involve them in our events. And then even last year at our conference, they talked about that, but they're not doing that. They're not, I don't know, not done. I'm only also supporting because I don't know why Chelsea. And then how can they not come here? Because today we are supposed to tomorrow. I know every Monday we have a meeting there. Tomorrow we are supposed to now say yes. They are let's finalize this memorandum. But if they are not coming, I don't know. Please, Mr. talk to Mama
They will be able to handle it.
Because she's always there.
No, let me tell you the politics. They Chelsea is dying. They don't respect each other. They look down on the current committee. So it's and from what I hear, they intend now to match them with Senlik and Chelsea to be one committee. Because it's the same people. It's the same people. When they're here, they're wearing Chelsea cap. Then decide they come and become. And then, but the issue now is it's that the senior executives, they are looking down on Chelsea. So in such a way that they don't even attend the meeting. When they attend to be disruptive. So we will see today they're having a meeting tomorrow, and all of them are here. Isa is here, Pengena is here, Slimatsela is here. I think they are all coming for the first time. They normally, so that's why they cancel the venue here. Because the venue they've booked, they know that so others are joining online. But now all of a sudden, all of them are coming. All. So they have to change now and meet at NMU. That's why they're no longer meeting here. So it's gonna be a big meeting.
While speaking, President, I tried to give a call on Tuesday from someone which knew that was there. And the person was facing this issue that they denied when permission to come in and speak. Yes, the only one who made submissions to be signed. I'm not sure if there's anyone. from
No,
the-
there is,
Yes,
I think they were pre-selected or preference selected, I don't know, but there were a couple of vets,
Yeah, the person is
delegates.
that I mean, talk to them about the importance of the assembly. I feel that what.
Yeah, my heart is sore. My heart is sore when colleagues, when colleagues are doing this to the sector. My heart is very sore, and Daisy is my friend. Daisy is my friend, but I had to be harsh with her the last time she was complaining about, so I just told her, you can do whatever you want. If you don't want to include Liasa on your advert, it's fine. It's not gonna make a damage, right? But my suspicion with that is that it's really a vestige, because last year there was a gentleman who was working at Vets acquisition. He wrote a paper, it was accepted. Malatsi. Yeah. He wrote a paper, it was accepted. She refused. Matlatsi cancelled.
That's a conference.
He cancelled. The paper was he cancelled, and then on a Thursday he said you can go. That's when
From friends. Apparently, what the people that they got from management was that they did not ask for permission to use the date before submitting the abstract. Like, for example, using internal library, our stats.
like
Our internal, our database.
Yeah, you don't need ethics
Yeah.
unless if you're going to publish.
No, it was just a conversational. Yeah, so it would be nice.
But they do present us papers.
They do. I don't know.
no, it's just So yeah, we'll see, Prof. I'll get that information and then we can talk. Then I'll speak to her. You'll tell me why he doesn't.
I wonder if she registered herself
No, she's gonna force to register
on site.
on site and,
Cause
then-
a scene.
and demand everything.
I don't know.
Let's check. I'll tell you.
When it's submitted.
The medical rotation goes, the academics do that rotation.
Yeah. Even when people are not interested.
Yeah.
You're calling straight in that different word.
They are lucky though. For us, you can't, you don't choose. You only attend if you are presenting something, or if you are a newly, like brand new, and we want you to be exposed, so that next year we expect you to present.
So Zoom conference will be for speakers.
Yes,
It will be,
Who's
yeah.
going to support them?
No, who's going to listen?
Yeah, the
It's coming from it's part of the university policy.
Okay.
I want to share a problem there. And
Excuse me, gentlemen, I'm just taking a point.
no, The problem, and I'm sorry, you know, we used to have a problem at the university where people keep petty cash. And then they thought petty cash is not a problem. Deal with the people who are eating petty cash. If I know the reason, people have got a problem with people attending conference and not writing reports. But deal with those people. Don't punish innocent people who, because they use a blanket approach to say,
I see one here that registered under the, you know, people make their lazy, some will write vet, some will write vet, University of Vet, of vet versus of the vet, so you can't get them all together. I found one under University of the Vet versus Rand. Now I want to search University of Vet versus Rand. See, now someone wrote University of Vet versus Rand. The Vet versus Rand. So 2 is 2 now. So let's check vets.
That is not possible. In our family, we can try to do it down. Because if you do it that way, statistically doesn't cover. But then you can't cover all these institutions.
Vet University, so it's 3, 4.
So sectional autonomy comes in. It sounds like we're now.
Maybe there might be other reasons, just that the person was under the impression that they are going.
Oh, even Meshia, 5.
The measures coming in response to that.
6, 7,
No.
8.
Maybe that he would like last week.
9, 11, 12.
This is your meeting in the absence of the chair.
Yeah, it's 12. It's 12.
Yeah.
It's 12.
Then where were we? That's wanted to move.
Talking about EBSCO, I think. Yeah, it's the last item.
But that item number goes with 11 point, goes with the frequency.
It's 13. It's 13, 14, 15, 16.
The proposed frequency that we do two special editions. That's what the proposal is. The proposal from
Nora.
Is that we do 2 additional special editions.
One that covers library, one that covers conference.
Yes.
And that makes sense. That makes sense because with general and also.
I know
we have a special edition specific for that. There's a lot of action that we find that she has to pay or accept.
I think the challenge that she's also posed is that the magazine is becoming bulky, but not only from her work, but also from other people who are also, traditional readers. They say it's too bulky, which is good. My point with her was that for me to say it's bulky, the positive that we have more people contributing. And she said maybe, and she shared that proposal that maybe we should cut it into those, like the conference on its own. It could be,
I think for someone that didn't attend, they'll find inspiration to want to attend. But then it means we need to actively encourage the delegates during conference to have something to write after, take pictures, things that they think are intriguing, like make it interesting. So that's what Nora was saying. While we're still pushing for the special edition, then now at conference, we must push people to, not just be here for the fun of it, but in mind the writing of the articles.
But colleagues, would you say if we were to have proceedings, would we still do that?
Yeah.
Different
it's different, but there's a different comment for that. What I should the magazine. Yeah, it's a different.
And will that not encroach on the point that we just answered? The point that, you said people were denied at the last minute because they have no ethics permission. And we said, if you're not publishing, then it's not necessary. I'm asking now.
No, remember proceedings, the format, the style is more academic than what people publish on here.
On lesson page.
Yeah.
I'm addressing of what you said. You said, or that the discussion says, but if we not publishing, I'm asking if we are to do proceedings, it does it not contradict the answer that we give? Yeah, it will be published.
The journal, not the magazine. The proceedings are part of the journal.
Proceeding can also be on its own.
On its own, on
Yeah.
the website.
But I think.
Do you hear my point?
I think we will not. If something that is not required to be published, it will not be published. Even now, I think when I saw Tina, I think you've identified some few papers that would qualify, the rest are not. So even those ones where there's no permission, you don't publish it. So that it doesn't mean all presentations will be published. Only those that are literature.
Yeah, the contents are different. The two contents are different. The magazine and the article contents are different.
I was saying, publishing the conference proceedings, we add value to mostly academics.
Yeah.
Because we are application driven.
Mm.
So if there's a conference proceeding, first year will not be accredited. But the following year, automatically, it will be accredited. If it's peer reviewed. But secondly, once it's get accredited, then that means people get they call it the 0.5 unit.
Yeah, that's actually, yeah.
So which is good for Jan, waiting for the university, and also for this research fund.
Especially you will get paid for that.
Yeah. We have to need it.
They don't at DT, they don't.
If they don't give you as cash to, they put it to a research account and you can't get it as cash. Like with UNISA where they pay you into your pocket.
Not only cash, half of the money comes to your pocket, goes into your research fund.
Wow, that's nice.
With us, it goes to the research account, but with your account, you can use it to buy laptops, attend conference.
Yeah.
Okay, colleagues, let's stop here. Then, yeah.
I'm not sure if you're still on that. EBSCO.
Yeah, we had trust on it.
Did you you didn't finish it? So you were playing whilst I was away.
Well, I've briefly also spoken to people about it, based on what I've been seeing, especially with regard to the SIE. And also seeing that, our colleagues are eager to submit, but not everyone is can write academically. And we can't just, we don't want to demotivate them to not, publish those. Some of them are very good practices, opinion pieces that can find, an ear elsewhere, not only national, but also international as well. There are, for the American Library Association, they have a journal, something like Sajidis, and they also have a news platform, something similar, but it's not scientific in nature. People can publish opinion pieces, just like what we are doing on the other In Touch. But it doesn't need someone to have that skill, academic skill, scholarly skill of writing. You can just share what you're doing, best practices, and so forth, but it is still accredited. So the articles can be, a blog piece, how it basically looks like, something of that nature. So I'm not sure if we can have something of that. Seeing that there's also a proposal from EBSCO to have Yes, in touch online.
Do you volunteer?
Maybe before you just to add, I think that there are two issues, but also we must also bring the background in terms of why Nora was proposing that we have special editions. We are not lacking content.
Yeah.
We have more than enough. As a result, the LIT is like too bulky because we have enough people who are writing. The issue is that maybe special focus in terms of the Library Week and the conference to have those special editions, which I think all of us here will agree that it's good. What you are bringing on, it's I think we've discussed this before, the element of having like a separate like a block where it's used. I think it's how tech what
Tech library.
that's how it was started,
Yes,
and now it's
yeah.
accredited.
Yeah.
The issue that we raised before is the capacity. That currently we are struggling, as you can see, we can't even have our meetings here, there. It's a good idea, but unless if we are willing to maybe take it out and get somebody else, in terms of the editing, because Nora has already given us the blue tick that, hey, I'm almost done with. So
That's where we
yeah.
bring in these new emerging academics. You know, that can be part of the editorial board, and I think Prof can also recommend others that might be willing to assist as well.
Hello.
Into bona bazibhubhutha. Abakusilimazi.
Then we have those June before. I think one of the things that came out, and I don't know if you were there or it was that they would want IASA to accommodate them. And I tried to explain to them, but already people are accommodating. It's a committee that involves academics. But I think they felt that they were, in a way, pushed out because most of the papers that were sent there were not, because they are here for academic papers. So that is something that
Yeah, I did address it. Maybe you didn't hear. I did address it to say that's why we've got this session on Thursday, where each sector can have their own. Yeah. So the agreement was that if they push the student chapter, if you can push the student chapter, we can then have. They said we can start regional. Right, people in Cape Town, they will have a conference in Cape Town of students presenting their research papers. Then everybody, and then the winners can come to, yeah. So no, that's why I'm saying the meeting went well because so we would be engaging, right, we'll invite the new person. I've presented to the board, your colleague, Prof, to join the board. So just share with, yeah, you can give the secretary the name because I didn't mention the name. I just forgot to I see you're picking, I don't know what you're picking.
You said Eddie is here.
Right, so yeah, that's it, colleagues. Thank you. Tomorrow we start at 9. No, we are not coming at 9, we start at 9. Can you please just make it, because we are having people who are external. So can you please, did you take a photo? Okay. So can you please, let's make it 9 o'clock. And then so when you come to breakfast, you can come with your bag so that you don't have to go back. And then I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah. My apologies for late coming colleagues. I have issues with my travel arrangement.
Okay, Prof. We know. Apa patella?
But they were staying somewhere on.
Why?